the issue of reducing that unnecessary proximity between learners and the members of staff, and you, the members of staff. What is the difference between rape and defilement? I've talked about defilement. Are they the same? There's rape and defilement. Because most cases, people will say, these are the defenses people give, especially the teachers. They say that we agreed with the girl. That we are actually, they say, we have been in a relationship. The relationship is, which relationship? Is it a marriage? Is it, as long as this child, the yardstick is age. As long as it is below 18 years. The child is below 18 years. Then rape on the other hand, is rape is forced, is sex without consent. Okay? Rape is sex without consent. However, even what you call defilement can turn into rape. And this happens in educational institutions. There's rape by false pretense. Okay? There was this school teacher who raped, and the teacher told, okay? So these are common practices within educational institutions. Up the issue of contracts. Let us follow up the issue of contracts. I think I've seen Lakeview, I've seen St. Joseph consistently renewing the staff contracts. Father Prosper, is that included in the contract? Yes, it is. So make sure you include that teachers, that your leave, your annual leave, okay, will be during the school view. For 20 years, I have never been granted leave. Okay? So let us mention it in the contract that your leave is within the school holidays. Actually, it becomes more than the school holiday. I mean the annual leave. Yeah. Because annual leave, 26 days, 21 days in the annual, in the and then for those employing, especially by a fellow staff. And don't forget to put, for the support staff, because the agreement is going to be in English, but remember some of the support staff do not understand English. And you'll just say, like when you are going to get a loan in the bank, you normally, they put a red star that you sign here, because you need the money, you don't even read the contract. Your clients come and say, but this one I didn't see, but I said, but you signed. On addition to Ginger College, I don't know any other school. I said in Jiko that they used to make fun of, they don't know the content. They don't know the content. And they'll deny you that I don't know the content. How do we remedy that? We put what we call a certificate. A certificate of translation is not a separate of translation. So that is mandatory under the law. There is a law called the Illiterates Protection Act. There is a law that protects illiterates. So where a document is drawn in a language which is not understood by that person, that document is null and void. Let me tell you, dear heads of institutions, you're experts in education, but you're not lawyers. Some of you have precedents of contracts. Actually, someone calls you, you send me a precedent of, do you have a draft contract? But the circumstances are different. Seek legal guidance when you are dealing with contracts. seek for legal guidance. So the contract we have, the scenario I'm giving you, this gentleman was employed to put up a structure. He did not put up the structure. Even what he had put was of a poor standard, substandard at the level. Brother Patrick, I think you remember that case of one of the schools here. When they brought the document, what they called the contract, neither of us could enforce it. The other person who said I had done the work could not enforce the contract against the congregation. But also us who had paid some money and the man did not do the work, we also could not enforce that contract. Okay? But it is us who lost money because we could not enforce it. Why? Because the contract had been drawn wrongly and erroneously. Instead of drawing the congregation of Old Cross, I think the contract was drawn in the name of the parish, not even in the name of the school. So this person sued, we are not the ones. That the contract is expired. when you have continued to engage this person as an employee. So please, administrators, periodically review the contracts. And I always encourage that end of the year, towards end of the year, communicate to the staff that your contract is expiring on this date. Please express interest to have your contract renewed. That should be part of the file for the employee. They should always, end of year, if the contract is 1 year, they should always write requesting for renewal of their contracts. Contracts should not be automatically renewed. They should express interest. Then when they express interest, you subject them to the staff appraisal. I've been given, I think I'm remaining with 10 minutes. I was still doing my introduction. I think next time Father Prosper will give me more time. So let me try to move very fast. So I emphasize the issue of contracts, and I've mentioned this already. We are an international entity. We employ people from across the borders. Please, as the employer, make sure that if you employ someone who is from another country, that person must be lawfully in that country. Because who will be liable in case you employ someone who does not have documents? And I think by the way, I've seen this. In the Catholic Church, we tend to employ on goodwill. That I know so and so. Father so and so sent this person. Father must be knowing this person. No. Subject to these people to the formal processes. Let them have documents. Okay? And it is also an offense on the side of the school and the head teacher to employ someone who is not qualified to teach. I think we have seen today during elections and nominations, that's when we have seen that many people do not have documents, do not have academic documents. People were discussing this case of National Council of Higher Education, where they were saying that National Council of Higher Education made a mistake of confirming the results, yet they were not valid. No, National Council of Higher Education did not make any mistake, because there is a law on equating. It is a legal notice equating qualifications. That law relating to equating qualifications, though I don't agree with it, I didn't agree with that provision, that a certificate of mature entry is equivalent to A level. I don't agree with it, but that is the law. Okay? According to that law, the certificate of mature entry is equivalent to A level. So when this person who had the mature entry certificate presented that to National Council of Higher Education, and National Council of Higher Education equated it and said, yes, according to the law, you have the equivalence. That was the role of National Council. Because this person didn't tell him that I'm taking it for nomination for elections. So National Council issued a letter that he has the equivalence of A level. But that law, which says that the certificate is equivalent, it says, but however, the certificate is valid for 2 years. From the date of issue. It was valid for 2 years. Now, this university, which issued the certificate, added something on the law. That the certificate is valid for 2 years as long as you have joined a higher institution of learning. That is not part of the law. That as long as you have joined another institution of learning is not part of the law. Okay? So that's why they're saying, but he enrolled after getting the certificate. No. A law, a school regulation, a university regulation does not override the law, the written law. Even if your regulation is very good, as long as it contradicts with any written law. That's why I said that we have these very good Catholic Church morals, but as long as they contradict with the national law, we shall always, first of all, go with the national law. When we are dealing with lay people, I always tell my colleague, are they brother priests? Are you my brothers? My brother priests. You know, I call priests lay people in matters of law. We are the lay people, but you are also lay people in matters of law. So I always say, priests, listen to me when I'm talking to you on matters of law, because I am the expert there. In matters that relate to the state, we go by the state, what the state provides. In matters of canon, canon can only apply where it is not contradicting with the state law. And as I said, priests of the religious are trained for many years, 7, 10, but most of the time you're working with us, the lay people. That's why what is critical now, when you are running these educational institutions, let us stand on our values, the values of the Catholic Church. We stand on the values of the Catholic Church, but as long as those values do not contradict with written law. Issues of pregnancy, we can take a pastoral approach in the first place. And if the pastoral approach has not worked, I've given you the legal approach. Because we must be seen reflecting our values as Catholic Church institutions. Another area which we must be very, very careful, I talked about pregnancy as one of the key disputes we have had in schools, that someone is pregnant, is not married, you send this person for maternity leave. During maternity leave, you send a letter that, please, we are Catholic Church institutions, Lakeview, Holy Cross Lakeview, please don't come back. Okay? That is not allowed by the law. Let that person come back, follow the other normal processes. Follow the other normal processes. So we want to reduce litigation within our institutions of life, because all these things are avoidable. We can avoid them. We can limit them. So let us follow the other processes. Then there is this contentious one, paternity leave. Paternity leave. Maternity leave is when a woman, the disadvantage with that law, maternity leave is applicable to any woman who has given birth. That is 60 days of maternity leave. If the institution can give more, well and good, but the law requires 60 working days. Working days, we do not include public holidays and weekends. And sometimes institutions of learning, they count calendar days. No, 60 days, they are working days, not calendar days. Paternity leave. Paternity leave, this applies to men. A man whose wife, not whose girlfriend, has given birth. Okay? A man whose wife, who is a wife in law. A wife is any person who is legally married under any of the 5 types of marriages recognized by the laws of Uganda. 5 types of marriages in Uganda. We have customary, we have civil, we have church, we have Islam, and Hindu. Those are the 5 types of marriages. So for you to qualify for paternity leave, and you must prove that you are married under any of those. Because otherwise, people who produce here and there, you'll find that throughout the year, they are seeking for paternity leave. Because a man he produces, today the other girlfriend has given birth. Father Prosper, today we have a newborn baby. And you know, we are the Catholic Church. We cherish a newborn baby. No. You must say, you must be under the... then employment of children. We are institutions. We should not employ children in any of our facilities. The aspect of wages. We pay wages, let us pay. I've not had cases of non-payment of salaries in our institutions. Paying staff is not a favor. It is a duty. It is a duty, but don't forget the aspect of statutory deductions. Please deduct. Deduct. NSSF, deduct, pay as you earn. The other issues are not mandatory. Normally staff, it's good that even some staff are here. Gratuity is not mandatory. Some staff, however, if it is in the policy of an institution, then it will be mandatory. But gratuity is not mandatory as long as the institution has paid for you NSSF and pay as you earn. Gratuity is optional. Though I always say it is a good practice. Okay? It is not mandatory, but it is a good practice in institutions, in institutions of learning, all at employment. I said pay wages. We pay, when we say pay wages, pay in cash. Pay in cash, pay in bank. The law prohibits payment in kind. Don't pay in kind. Don't pay in terms of alcohol. So I'll buy for you. We have, you say we are going to have a school party and each one will be entitled to 5 beers and it will be deducted from your salary. Okay? Then the law prohibits forcing staff to purchase things from any school. If it is a school canteen, it should be optional. You can't say we must buy this from the school canteen. Okay? So, in terms of let me wind up with termination on this. Termination. There must be, when someone is terminated, there must be payment upon termination. Don't terminate without paying. There is a school where they told me this staff wants to terminate and we even have the money to pay. When we terminated, there was no money to pay this person. Because termination can be 2 ways. You can terminate according to the contract. Don't never undertake a summary termination. That is old-fashioned. Summary termination is the one which I've been talking about. Terminating on phone. All sitting, 2 people and say, I think this one should go. Okay? As I said, even if that person has stolen and you have decided to terminate, take this person through a formal hearing. What does it take? I said, call that person in writing to appear. Write to that person that you are expected to. Actually, some people will say that, but this person, before even terminate, is causing havoc already. You know, there are some people who they have that mouth that can disorganize the whole institution. I think you have heard those staff who have been around for 10 years, but whenever a new person comes, they say, will you manage this place? They have been there for 10 years, but will you manage this place? And this person is not leaving. So, where you find a problem, for example, if you want to terminate a cook, do you give the cook notice? Do you give the cook notice that you are working here for the final month? No, you don't. It can cause a problem. Okay? Even your maids at home, never give a maid notice. Some of us with families, when we terminate a maid, you just wake up in the morning that, please pack your things, we are going with you. That morning, I'm not leaving you here. The money is here, go back home. Because it can be a problem. So there are certain categories of staff we cannot give notice. What do? There is a provision for paying in lieu of notice. It is cheaper. It is not, you rather lose that money, but when you have smoothly. But some of us struggle to take through people disciplinary hearings. That one, it takes some time. The other alternative, you can suspend. Okay? As you prepare a disciplinary hearing, do a suspension. But never undertake an indefinite suspension. You cannot suspend someone indefinitely. That you go until we call you. That amounts to a dismissal. Please do suspend and say, we are suspending you. That's why we are saying, don't be like Uganda police. Where they arrest someone and upon arrest they say, we are still investigating. Even when you go to court, this prosecution is still investigating. Why did you arrest this person? So when you suspend someone, suspend and say, come back after 1 week, come back after 2 weeks to face a disciplinary committee. In the disciplinary committee, take a decision that we have either fired you, because you allowed it to fire in the disciplinary committee in case of what we call gross misconduct, acts of gross misconduct. You know the acts of gross misconduct that don't even need notice. Someone is a drunkard, someone is fighting, someone is abusive, okay? Insubordination, okay? There are acts which we cannot tolerate amongst members of staff. So, where you do not need to go through a disciplinary hearing, please pay in lieu of notice. Payment in lieu of notice, it means you calculate the net pay. For example, if, because there are periods of notice, there are periods of notice that if the staff has worked for 10 years, the notice is supposed to be 3 months. If the staff has been working for 10 years, notice is at least 3 months. That means if you want to terminate that staff who has worked for 10 years, you must pay that person his or her net pay of 3 months. Not gross, because even if you are terminating, you have to deduct the statutory deductions. So comply with the notices. Terminate. Don't even say, there are certain reasons. I said the challenge I have here, we have both staff and administrators, but there are reasons we give for terminating. You can say that we don't have money to pay you. But you can't tell me, but I've seen 1,000 students being registered here, you have the money. No, we don't have the money to pay, so we are terminating you. We are reducing on the number of staff. Instead of quarreling in the letter of termination, you know, ever since I came here, I've been hearing you. They have told me, don't quarrel in the letter of termination. Actually, for those who have seen my letters of termination, they're just a few words, a few paragraphs. I even thank you for having worked with us. Then you go. And to us, that would be the smooth way of a Catholic Church institution. That in Luganda we have a proverb that when I wrestle you down, I again don't bite you from there. You're already down, why should I again bite you from there? So when you terminate staff, let them go. Don't get involved in quarrels with staff. So as I conclude, as I said, I'll share the presentation for the members. I thank you very, very much. I only call upon you in the interest of the congregation of Holy Cross. Let us execute our duties in accordance with the law. A retainer lawyer is supposed to prevent occurrence of disputes. I don't want to be in court all the time, as long as we are able to prevent the occurrence of disputes in our institutions of learning. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the rich Before we look at some questions, 2 or 3, to the presenter, allow me request the host, Father Prosper, to welcome the special guests that have come. Thank you.
The Lord is good, and all the time. Let us join our hands together as we welcome our provincial Reverend Father Peter Caxton Mayanja, who has graced our education symposium. We put our hands together for him. And Father Peter has accompanied our Superior General, very Reverend Brother Paul Binanzi from Rome. So we put our hands together, we welcome our Superior General who has come be part of this education symposium. Father Peter and Brother Paul, we thank you for honoring this symposium and by attending. So our MC, I would want to ask in 5 minutes to conclude because the next presenter is waiting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Prosper, the host. Let's have 2 questions in case they are there.
Yes, Council. My question is, I come from St. Andre Basset, Catholic Parish. It is Holy Cross Parish. There's a model school, it's government aided, but it's in the land of the church. Now, we have had issues where part of the land has been encroached on by the town council, and they have constructed shops. The school is not gaining anything from it. I don't know how we can, what you can advise so the parish priests can be able to see how the land can be reclaimed. Secondly, our parish priest is in the process of trying to put systems in schools. We have about 13 church-founded primary schools under the parish. Now we're in the process of recruiting a bursar and new teachers for PTA. Now, how should the contract be designed? Because already there are fears that we should write an agreement that there should be no provision where the employee can find a loophole where he or she can sue. That's a fear already from the members. I don't know why that fear is coming. You could advise us on how we can write the contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll straight away respond to that. I think we support the schools, the Holy Cross schools, to prepare those contracts, at least for some time. We have been working with the parish, and I strongly believe the parish priest, when that time comes, he will contact me for guidance. But we have already supported the schools to prepare the staff contracts. Then on the issue of encroachment, remember when I said the legal entity, we are the congregation of Holy Cross. And we have institutions that are ours and land that is ours as the congregation of Holy Cross. And then there is land that is not ours, and that is land for the diocese. Okay? So some of those primary schools, they sit on the land that belongs to the diocese of Jinja. So in matters of encroachment, that can be handled by Jinja Diocese Land Board. There is a priest called Father Chizito who handles the land matters of the diocese. So for the contracts, members, as indicated by the member here, the participant here, some people fear to draw contracts for staff. A contract does not make you to tie yourself on the staff. Even without a contract, this person can sue you because you cannot deny having employed this person. But the contract, first of all, it is a legal requirement that all staff should have contracts. And the contract also clearly outlines the terms and conditions of your engagement. So a contract, as I said, even if I give you a contract today, I can fire you today. A contract is not a one-way ticket that, oh, I have my contract, I'm going to, let me even go and include it in the will that I'll die as an employee of Holy Cross Lakeview because you have a contract. Your children do not succeed a contract. When you die, that's why when people die and they're in staff houses, they tell them, people, when are you leaving? Even at the time of burial, for those of you who are occupying staff houses, that's why I'm telling you, prepare for your lives after the institutions you're working. At the burial, that's because they are looking for replacement who is supposed to stay in your house. Actually, by the time they announce that some staff has died, already me as someone in business, I thought, who is going to replace that person? UNEB is coming. As we do prepare the burial arrangements, okay? So a contract can be terminated anytime. Any other question?
Because of time, let's have Father GB to give vote of thanks. Then we go to another presenter, just because of time. Thank you.
Council Frederick Semwanga would like to thank you for enlightening us, especially drawing a clear difference between the civil and canon or church law. There is usually a conflict, especially when it comes to us, the religious. At times we are inclined so much to the church law, and we tend to forget that the civil law is the umbrella. So thank you very much for enlightening us and also helping other members to get to know where they belong and how to handle different issues. As a way of thanking you, I'm going to ask all the members to first stand up. And we give him a hand clap. Thereafter we shall see it. Thank you very much, Council Frederick Semwanga.
Thank you so much. Allow me to pass on the mic to Father Prosper to introduce the next presenter.
Dear fellow educators, our next presenter is Brother John R. Page. Brother John Page, the Holy Cross brother, is a native of Albany, New York. He earned his bachelor's degree in physics from the University of Notre Dame. Holds master's degree, actually has degrees in mathematics from Wesleyan University and applied theology from the Graduate Theological Union, Berkeley, and was awarded a Doctor of Philosophy degree from the University of Maryland at a College Park. Brother Page began his teaching career as a founding faculty member of Holy Cross High School, Waterbury City, where he served as a teacher of mathematics, science, and theology, coached track and field sports, chaired the mathematics department, and was the first athletic director. His involvement in Catholic education continued as an academic dean, principal, board member and president, stroke CEO at the secondary school sponsored by the Congregation of Holy Cross in Connecticut and Maryland. He also served the Congregation of Holy Cross in the United States as the Master of Novices. Brother John Page received a PhD in Education Philosophy and Leadership from the University of Maryland. His dissertation research focused on educational institutional development in Uganda, East Africa, where he also taught as a visiting professor of social sciences at the Philosophy Center in Jinja, an adjunct professor on the Faculty of Education at Makerere University. From 1999 to 2004, Brother John Page served at St. Edward's University, Austin, Texas, as an associate professor and dean of the School of Education. In July 2004, he was elected to a sixth term as a vicar and first general assistant of the Congregation of Holy Cross in Rome, Italy, where he directed and supervised the mission and the ministry of Holy Cross fathers and brothers worldwide. Brother John Page then returned stateside, serving as the president of Holy Cross College at Notre Dame, Indiana, from 2011-2017. He then served from 2017-2022 as an assistant dean for high school program at Dublin School of Education, University of Incarnate Word, San Antonio, Texas. Brother John Page moved to King's College, Pennsylvania in July 2022, where he resides and assists as an academic success advisor, special program assistant to Associate Dean of Education, and part-time gift officer in the institutional advancement. Brother John Page is going to discuss with us about Holy Cross charism in our education institution. Dear brothers and sisters, let's put our hands together as we welcome our brother John Page, who is going to be our next presenter. Brother John Page, you are most welcome.
I hope that your gathering is being very prosperous for you this morning, and I'm happy to speak with you from the other side of the world at the moment, here in the United States. I hope that you can hear me at this point. Am I well? Am I good? Thank you. Well, I give you personal greetings from me and from our fellow Holy Cross educators in the United States. I am most grateful for this invitation to join you at this symposium of Holy Cross education. When Brother Prosper, chairperson of the Education Committee, invited me to participate in this symposium, I was very honored because I have fond memories of my previous visits and ministry in East Africa. I met several of you when I participated in the inauguration of the new province of East Africa in 2023, and when I participated as an observer at your first provincial chapter in 2024. I'm always a bit concerned when I give a lecture outside of the United States. My American accent might seem strange to you, and I might speak too rapidly. But I remember advice I had from one of your fellow Africans. This is not a problem. Our people say that they can hear you very well because you speak clearly and slowly. I laughed because there is a story behind this comment. In my many years of experience as a teacher, some of that included service at the Philosophy Center of Jinja, where I taught in the Social Sciences Department. These university-level students came from all over Africa. The classes were taught in English medium, even though not one of the students was a native English speaker. It is true that some had taken their schooling from grade 4 and beyond in English, but others studied in Swahili or French. And the first language for all students was a vernacular tongue, from their country or region. Added to the mix of hearing was the fact that many of the professors were missionaries from Italy, England, Ireland, the Netherlands, France, Canada, other parts of Africa, and from the USA, all with different accents in English. I had great compassion for these students, so I made every attempt to speak clearly and slowly so they could understand. And it worked. The students used to say, "Brother, we can hear you well." So I hope I can be articulate and clear today so that you too can hear me well. The topic that I have been asked to address in this lecture is the Holy Cross charism in our Holy Cross educational institutions. Now, what I need to do right now is advance the slide, and I will work that quickly here if I can. There we go. Thanks. I have chosen to approach this topic of the Holy Cross charism in our Holy Cross educational institutions by describing what it means to be a Holy Cross educator in the words of our founder, Blessed Basil Moreau. What would his advice be is how I wish to approach this topic. As you listen today, I'd also ask you to reflect on your own experiences as a teacher in one of our Holy Cross schools and wonder yourself, how would Father Moreau do this? Or better, how would Jesus Christ do this? Because the context of what I shall convey today will often be Moreau's own words of advice. Perhaps the first lesson today is from my experience, and that we need to be most attentive to the young people who sit before us in class. Blessed Basil Moreau was convinced that all students are equally important to God, and that the duty of the teacher is to work with each student with the same devotion, watchfulness, and perseverance. Today, we might call this differentiated learning. While this is a basic pedagogical concept of holistic education, Moreau's understanding is further enlightened by his faith that education is helping a young person to be more like Christ, the model of all Christians. He would interpret pedagogy to mean leading a young person away from ignorance and disorder, because society has a greater need for people of values than it has for scholars. So for this Symposium of Holy Cross Education and this talk on Holy Cross charism in our Holy Cross educational institutions, I would like to reflect and elaborate on this concept of a Holy Cross teacher as one whose primary obligation is to instruct in virtue. This is a model of teaching that our holy founder, Blessed Basil Moreau, inspired by his own witness and by his instruction to the teachers in our first Holy Cross schools. And Moreau's own model for himself and for all the Christians, lay or religious, who collaborated with him was to live and act as Christ. So when we reflect on the most essential attributes of a teacher who lives the Holy Cross charism, we should think, how would Father Moreau do this? Or better, how would Jesus Christ do this? Christian virtues and good habits. Quite simply, virtues are good habits. Many of our good habits are innate, and that they are God-given gifts we have received and developed. We may have acquired other good habits by imitation and practice. So we have what psychologists call the nature and nurture factors at play in our personal development. We also have bad habits called vices, which we come to recognize through self-awareness and the insight and observation of others. These are basics of our human nature. Moreau goes further, however, in taking a decidedly Christian view of human nature as weakened by original sin and thus in need of reforming. The art of teaching must restore to the mind the rational processes needed to recognize goodness, beauty, and truth in the world, and restore to the heart the kinds of feelings and sentiments that ought to reside there to sustain this vision. It is very important then that as educators in our schools, we be trained in the art of teaching both the mind and the heart. Traditional professional educational training may not sufficiently prepare us to instruct this way. Let's look at some of the virtues then of a Holy Cross educator. The first is our vocation as a teacher. Quote from Moreau: "Since God alone provides the means for the successful accomplishment of any task, it seems evident that a person needs to be called by God to be an effective teacher in a Holy Cross school." How is this so? My first 25 years of experience at the secondary level was as a teacher of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. I also coached track and field sports and served as an administrator. I did not teach religion. So what did the churchy concepts of vocation, or educating for virtue, or helping a young person to be more like Christ, have to do with my duties? Well, first, I must remember that I am primarily a teacher of young people, not of subject matter. Each of us should recall that. I'm primarily a teacher of young people, not just of subject matter. Moreau reminds us that, these are his words, "From the time the school year begins, teachers do not have a moment free. Every good teacher is preoccupied with the care and progress of students, with their schoolwork, and with the small and bothersome difficulties that inevitably arise in dealing with young people." Does any of that sound familiar to you? While some of us may profess biblical virtues as noble as the wisdom of Solomon or the patience of Job, we Holy Cross educators really need a call from God to deal with all we face in working with young people. How else will we cope serenely with everything that teachers face daily? So here we have the first element from our Holy Cross charism. Prayer is an essential practice for a Holy Cross educator. I also suggest that we need to call on God regularly for help in our relationship with students to avoid lapsing into unhealthy situations. How easy it is to forget the place of God in the relationship between student and teacher when we find among our students those who are frank and open, who are moving towards accomplishing good things, who are very likable. We can play favorites, often without realizing what has happened. Conversely, with immature and disruptive students, we may be overly harsh, belittling, even angry. The dislike that students may feel from us may stay with them for a long time, because the impressions and experiences of youth tend to leave an indelible trace during an entire life. Such actions also can be a detriment to the building of community and acceptance in the classroom and the school. So here is a second practice that flows from our charism. Each of us needs continually to ask God for self-awareness, the self-awareness necessary to avoid such happenstances as I mentioned above. Faithfulness is a virtue that draws us to fulfill faithfully our duties to God. In practice, this virtue can be challenging for some of us who suffer doubts and or disillusionments with the institutional church, or who struggle with our faith. But without praying to develop this virtue, we can be left to our own resources, completing tasks without real excitement and even with negligence. When we are asked to help students to practice the life of Christian prayer, for example, leading prayer before class, accompanying students on retreat, or participating with students in school liturgies, etc., we miss opportunities to teach our students in practice. We may be developing scholars, but we are not helping them to develop as virtuous people. So the essence of our mission as Holy Cross educators is the development of the heart and soul of our young people, on which good values depend. Therefore, I stress again, it's most worthwhile to ask God to help us be convinced that the Lord himself has given us these students. Thus, we consider them adopted children of God and temples of the Holy Spirit, and we share responsibility with God for their growth in virtue. This is how our founder, Father Basil Moreau, understood the vocation of teacher and what he proclaimed as how each of us needs to strive to live in order to be a Holy Cross educator. There are other virtues that we need to acknowledge also. The first is knowledge. Moreau says, even with all about virtue of teaching, that faith without knowledge, though, makes a teacher useless and compromises the honor of a teacher's mission. You cannot give what you do not already have. We need faith, but we also need knowledge. Our Holy Cross schools have an excellent reputation as academic institutions. Without knowledgeable teachers, this reputation cannot be sustained. The families who send their children to us expect that the students will learn all that is needed to obtain a good position in life. Teachers, therefore, must not only know good methods of instruction and be skillful in applying these methods, but must have clear ideas, be able to define exactly, and possess language that is easily understood and correct. These skills are acquired and perfected through study, often study above and beyond what is required in obtaining a degree or credential. Holy Cross educators, therefore, must be lifelong learners, constantly striving to make their subject relevant to the student's experience. Therefore, lifelong learning is a virtue that we must model by practice. Coaches also have a significant role in modeling this virtue by their own example of ongoing education, participating in coaching clinics, utilization of contemporary training methods, constant preparation for games and matches, etc., witnesses to the need to always be open to improvement and perfecting technique in sport. Hard work is a valuable virtue, both on and off the playing field or court, and it's a virtue that we need as teachers to model for our students. Zeal is the great desire to make God known, loved, and served. This word is not so common in contemporary language usage, but is a concept well known in Holy Cross schools because it is a virtue that Moreau speaks of often. Teachers who develop this virtue will be happy when their students progress in the knowledge of virtue and right relationships. Teachers who possess this virtue will fulfill the duties of their profession with enthusiasm, love, courage, and perseverance. Teachers animated by such a spirit do not simply follow what is accepted in the profession, but have 1,000 little ways to challenge all students to their highest performance. Here is the basis for intentionally seeking a diverse student body and for providing opportunities for differentiated learning in our Holy Cross schools. As I have already noted, our Holy Cross schools have a reputation as among the best schools in our region. The dedicated work of faculty and administrators has built this reputation of academic excellence over the years. It could be easy, therefore, to only admit student applicants with the highest scores to our institutions. But our Holy Cross mission demands that we seek a more diversified student body because all students are equally important before God. Therefore, as teachers, we must work with each student with the same devotion, watchfulness, and perseverance. And the administration must be committed to offering appropriate learning opportunities for all admitted students. Now, initially, this practice may seem counterproductive. When I was president at one of our Holy Cross secondary schools in the USA, we implemented a program called Project Hope. We began admitting each year a cadre of students of lower academic ability than the usual norm, but with good recommendations from the sending school as to the potential for such students to succeed. Otherwise, they and their families would have no opportunity for a Catholic high school education. Some of my long-term faculty members were not happy about this initiative, saying, "These students are too hard to teach. They are not properly prepared. They will not succeed. They should not be in a college preparatory school." However, we also provided these students with a special English and math program for the first 2 years. And one of our oldest and most revered faculty members, a Holy Cross sister, by the way, volunteered to teach the English classes. In 2 years, all these students were mainstreamed into the regular curriculum and all graduated. The original faculty naysayers had to admit that this cadre of students made our school a better community and family because of the gifts they brought in their diversity. So, to be a Holy Cross educator, then, each one of us needs to accept the challenge of the founder who said, "If at times you show preference for any young person, it should be the poor, those who have no one else to show them preference, those who have the least knowledge, those who lack skills and talents, and those who are not Catholic or Christian. If you show them greater care and concern, it must be because it is only just to give more to those who have received less." Therefore, asking God to increase our zeal will help us be guided by love to do everything with strength and gentleness, like Jesus Christ, the model for all teachers who love to be bothered by young people. Vigilance and seriousness. Vigilance is a virtue that makes us attentive to our duties. We must nurture a constant watchfulness over ourselves and our students. We need to watch ourselves to conduct ourselves appropriately in front of young people. Likewise, we need to watch over the young people placed in our care, remembering that we are the spiritual parents of these young people. There is a delicate balance to be achieved here. The best teacher learns how to ignore some student behaviors that he or she does not want to be obliged to punish. Moreau says, an indulgence prudently managed is worth much more than outbursts and punishments that follow them. Similarly, seriousness is a virtue that assumes a mental maturity in the one who possesses it, along with a real faith in the presence of God. Teachers should avoid threatening looks, angry voices, and bitter, biting, or sarcastic words. The aim of seriousness is not to intimidate students. While not ruling out affection for young people, it also helps us avoid too great a familiarity with them. Unseemly clowning, childish pranks and jokes, vulgar languages or gestures will discredit the teacher and earn the dislike of students. Moreau advises, prayer can help us discern what is appropriate affection and inappropriate familiarity in such circumstances. Gentleness and patience. While some of us may have vast natural resources of gentleness and patience, young people can be vexingly inconsistent at times and test our emotional mettle. Have you ever experienced that? Gentleness is the filling of the soul with the Holy Spirit so as to moderate the anger that arises when a person feels irritated toward those who have caused some injury. It is the result of a patience that never tires and of self-control that keeps everything under the guardianship of reason and faith. Now, here is a real reason to pray. Who among us possesses patience that never tires? However, if we cultivate an awareness that parents have entrusted their children to our care, we can borrow from the father and mother positive feelings toward their young people and strive to act with sensibility, goodwill, and a pleasant manner of acting and speaking. As people, we are built so that we cannot resist a person who displays true affection for us. Young people are very impressionable and are especially prone to this. They relate easily and happily with those from whom they hope and expect to receive reciprocal love and confidence. It's also important to remember here that even our smartest and most accomplished students need encouragement. For despite the appearances to the contrary, they can experience the persistent adolescent lack of self-confidence. Furthermore, patience is most necessary in directing a group of young people from very diverse backgrounds and training. Here is a quote from Moreau that should resonate with us. Quote, teachers often need to speak to one student, to answer another student, and possibly several at the same time, to help others reason out situations when they seem often to have little use of reason, to repeat many times the same thing without seeing any results, to calm those who are too lively, to move forward those who move slowly, to correct those who need correcting, to prepare others to accept responsibility. And it seems that all of this goes on at the same time. End quote. That's from our founder. Does any of this seem familiar? We often hear it said that today's young people of the 21st century are far worse than those of the past. Yet Moreau describes, and I've just described, in his words, teaching in the 19th century. Furthermore, he denotes vexing qualities that are so natural to young people, quote, making life difficult for the teacher, refusing to follow directions, upsetting the class, promoting a bad spirit among other students, and ridiculing and making fun of teachers. That happened in Moro's time. That happens in my experience, and I am sure it has happened in your experience as teachers. Therefore, as Holy Cross educators, we need to pray for patience, which is a shield against which such difficulties for ourselves can be blunted. Prudence and firmness. These final qualities contribute to the balance that Holy Cross educators need to fulfill a mission that is difficult and requires hard work. Prudence is the virtue that helps us decide the best way of reaching our goals and that helps us work against obstacles standing in the way of reaching them. As Holy Cross educators, we are in contact with several groups of people: students, parents, the society in which the school exists. All these constituencies place different demands upon the school and upon us. No matter what we do, it is likely that some opposition will arise from time to time. Moreau recognizes this when he writes, quote, teachers should be expected to be criticized regularly in their careers. Some people will complain about their way of teaching. Others will complain about their discipline. Some will say that their students don't make any progress. Others will say they are unjust in giving awards. Teachers who always act with prudence will know how to make light of all this complaining insofar as it is false and unjust, and will be able to take care of those areas in which they should make some improvement. Here, the community of fellow Holy Cross educators can be a great resource, especially to share successful ideas and strategies, to help distinguish the makeup of the students, and treat each one according to their specific needs, and to prepare classes well. For example, fellow teachers can review the subject matter of specific lessons to prevent confusion of ideas and to help clarify expressions on the part of the teacher. Experience is one sure path of acquiring prudence, but Moreau also counsels: ask the Lord for prudence. Pray to the order of all wisdom, that you will be given the light and necessary graces to direct and lead you in everything with the prudence and wisdom necessary to teach. Moreau would hold that divine providence guides everything with strength and gentleness. That is his model for Holy Cross educators. Without gentleness, they will never get their students to have the love of work, application, and good behavior that are our essential conditions of success. On the other hand, if they lack firmness and steadfastness, they will not be able to maintain discipline in class. Words of our founder. For all teachers, this model of strength and gentleness is the line to be straddled to accomplish our difficult work. Pray and consult others to help raise you above all the difficulties inherent in education without becoming discouraged in a task that at times can be troublesome and tiring. I have spent considerable effort in elaborating the virtues of a Holy Cross educator because Blessed Moreau wrote extensively on the topic, and his thoughts are his and our educational legacy. However, there are characteristics of a Holy Cross school that flow directly from Moreau's vision of educating the mind and the heart. These characteristics have been articulated only in recent times. Here's a list, a shorter list of these qualities and characteristics and core values. I am sure that you're familiar with them, but I repeat them again so that we can take them to heart and make them as a goal for the schools, the Holy Cross schools in which we teach. Zeal for a mission, a trust in divine providence, building community or a sense of family, a spirit of unity, hospitality, and compassion in our schools, recognizing the paradox of the cross. Not everything always goes right as we hope. The hope of resurrection. If we persevere, God will make it good. Inclusiveness, option for the poor, forgiveness, and education of the whole person. I hope it is evident that by developing and practicing the virtues of a Holy Cross educator and encouraging the growth and virtue of our students, each one of us contributes to the charism of a Holy Cross school. And so, in this educational symposium, I conclude here by including some questions for your own personal reflection that you may utilize in your private pondering, or perhaps in some group reflection during this symposium. Some reflection questions here for your own thoughts. What draws you to share in the ministry and mission of Holy Cross? How is your experience different from other schools with which you have been associated? Which core values or charisms that we have spoken about most resonate with you? How do you see yourself living them? How do you see them reflected in the school culture where you are serving? Are there ways the school in which you serve could be more deliberate in its expression of these core values? What core charisms or core values would you think others would recognize in your performance and in your responsibility? In what ways might a visitor to your school find these charisms, qualities, and characteristics operative within your school? What do you consciously try to implement in your interactions with others? And how or in what ways does your position allow you to express and implement what you understand to be the legacy of Holy Cross education? Hopefully during your time at this educational symposium, and here we are at the beginning of it, in these days, in the times during this day and the time tomorrow, that you will be able to personally reflect or perhaps reflect with others of your colleagues on some of these questions so that we can deal with this topic of how does the Holy Cross charism of education lived out in our own schools and lived out in our own lives. I thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. My articulation of Blessed Moreau's viewing of education in the Holy Cross tradition will inspire your thoughts and actions throughout the coming new school year. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Brother John Page, for that rich information. At this particular time, allow me to invite Father. Right? If we have questions, some questions for Brother. Any question? They have been good students and good listeners, and they have understood almost each and everything. So at this very time, allow me invite Father to give a vote of thanks. Father Imbisiwe, please.
On behalf of the team, we want to take this honor to thank Brother John Page for the great presentation that has given to us. I presume that everyone has gotten some good insights, especially concerning what it means to be a Holy Cross educator. So, brother, thank you so much for enlightening us with Holy Cross charism towards education in our institutes. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, Father. At this particular time, I know most of us are tired. We need to stretch a bit. But according to our agenda, it is break time. And before we go for break, allow me request in a humble way, Brother Tumwine to give us a prayer for our break. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we give you thanks, Lord, for the gift of our calling, for the gift of our schools, our families, our children, our teachers, all educators in their respective capacities, and especially for those who are here to participate in this symposium. We request you to bless us, bless the meal before us, even when we have not seen it, but we are aware that it is somewhere there, that taking it may continue to nourish us, to give us the energy to serve you better through the ministry of education in Holy Cross. This is our prayer through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, brethren. The elevator is working. If you feel you're not good at those steps, it is open. You can use it. Let's only use 20 minutes so that we are back here and we manage time. Thank you so much for your patience.
Good morning, Council.
We are having our breakfast in the same venue where we had our supper, please. The same venue remains. And for those who have just joined us, please just follow the group.
was that I was unable to now recognize the other side. And then this one had a lot of pressure here, the one who was first presenting. But you were able to get from this one. I thought he was able to put that thing on. I thought there you go. This guy, maybe himself. Hey, you would have first alerted us. For me now, I came to realize the internet was not there later. Changing. I tried it very fast. That thing really disorganized everything. Even when meaning that when somebody is going to speak, you now go the other side to the speaker.
Tuze kumusaba teri kwebaka wakubikola. Kola curiosity. Tuze kumusaba mwetusaba tuwulira kwenyweza kukkiriza kwo okusoma nga kwalema kuteeke ku lisiti n'okuganja nga kwabula kwewandiika ku lisiti. Tuze kumusaba teri kwebaka wakubikola agenda ku singa mukama amaanyi teri mbeera nga sikuleso zaatuuse. Agalize able agenda kubikola. So able sobola okubikola. Agalize able agenda kubikola. So able.
Child and cheer my path with
pleased you. All her feasts, her actions worship with the heart's devotion true. Lost in wondering contemplation, be her majesty confessed. Call her mother, call her virgin, happy mother, virgin blessed.
Daily, daily, sing to Mary, sing my soul, her praises due. All her feasts, her actions worship, with the heart's devotion true.
Lost in wondering contemplation, be her majesty confessed.
Call her mother, call her virgin, happy mother, virgin blessed.
She is mighty to deliver, call her trust, her loving me. When the tempest rages round thee, she will calm the troubled sea. Gift of heaven she has given, noble lady to our race. She the queen who decks her subjects with the light of God's own grace.
She is mighty to deliver, call her trust, her loving me. When the tempest rages round thee, she will calm the troubled sea.
Gifts of heaven she has given, noble lady to our race.
She the queen who decks her subjects with the light of God's own grace, with the light of God's own grace, with the light of God's own grace.
Mother, at your feet is kneeling. One who loves you, 'tis your child, who has sighed so oft to see you. Bless me, Mother, bless your child. Mother, when my Jesus calls me from this world so dark and drear, from the wily snares of Satan, shield me, Mother, Mother dear. Dearest Mother, tell my Jesus how
Kichukulamo cha Maria mukowiku Ruhanga kakusora muwana Okuzala lujumula amahanga Ninabona amaisiwe Maikulu elewe tilikamba Okaibona itababeta Tika obu esienda ya ichamo Ninabona amaisiwe Inaitata imama tupe aile Tuyanga tukaye Tuyesi Ruhanga wekani wetusere Ninabona amaisiwe Kichukulamo cha Maria mukowiku Ruhanga kakusora muwana Okuzala lujumula amahanga Ninabona amaisiwe
was disturbing us.
Let's all come in and we begin our second session. Thank you so much. Allow me welcome you back from your break and also welcome you for this second session. We shall have the facilitator, Brother Tumwini, and he will be introduced to us by Father JB. So at this particular time, because of the interest of time, allow me request Father JB to do the introduction. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I'm glad to introduce to you Brother Patrick Tumwini, CSC, a Holy Cross religious in the province of East Africa and originally from Kamwenge district, now called Chitagwenda district. Currently, he serves as a consultant and internal examiner at Uganda Matters University, and he is also a Franz postdoctoral fellow in educational leadership, University of Portland, Oregon, USA. He served as a co-instructor and adjunct in School of Education at the University of Portland and also holds a PhD in education specializing in organizational leadership from the University of Incarnate Word, Texas, USA. He also received an award of an academic outstanding student in 2021 from Dribin School of Education at the University of Incarnate Word. He serves as a mentor and a liaison for the Young Women Global Leadership Program at the University of Incarnate Word, and he has also published various books. He holds a master's degree in education administration and planning, and also holds a Bachelor of Education, Science, Chemistry, and Biology as area of specialization. He also holds a Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences and serves as assistant. One time, he served as Assistant District Superior in the Congregation of Holy Cross, District of East Africa, and also served as a chairperson of Board of Governors at Holy Cross Lakeview and St. Joseph's Hill Senior Secondary School. He as well served as a director of Holy Cross Education in East Africa, and also he taught biology and chemistry at Holy Cross Lakeview from 2009 to 2012. Brother, you are most welcome.
Thank you so very much, Father JB. I hope you all hear me. Okay, great. It's a blessing to interact with you, educators in the faith, as our symposium theme reads, Holy Cross Education in East Africa, the work of Ressurrection. We are blessed to engage together in our guiding topic, pedagogical methods of implementing Holy Cross education in East Africa. And we are in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda for the province of East Africa. And as Father JB read, I'm Brother Patrick Tumwine, CSC. As I was looking around, I discovered that the description that was put on the flyer for this theme coincided with what I chose to share from our founder. Hurry then and take up this work of resurrection, never forgetting that the special end of your institute is, before all else, to sanctify youth. It is by this that you contribute to preparing the world for better times than ours. I think our founder knew we needed this. As we engage in the work of resurrection, it requires that we, teachers and other educators, be attentive listeners. That's the first thing. Listening to oneself before you even listen to a student. Teaching students starts with you. I love Park J. Palmer in his book, Courage to Teach. You teach who you are before you teach the subject. But you teach who you are if you understand your essence, your vocation, and why you are in Holy Cross School or in a Holy Cross parish as an educator. It starts with teachers. Your desire to want to know your students before you want students to understand you, understand what you teach. Like our founder and also Park Palmer, our founder invites us that we find the students where they are. Many times we force them to find us where they are, where we are, before even we understand that they come with their own experiences, with their own needs, and they are unique. You can't teach students, you teach a student. If that rings the bell for us teachers, that's what I would call a reflexive exercise of a teacher. You engage in reflexivity each day to understand what drives you from within as you engage or you embrace Holy Cross education as you accompany the students. The work of resurrection to us is to appreciate that the change of behavior and attitude in our students requires teachers to start their instruction from where the students are. That's one of the definitions of education, a process in which teachers engage to facilitate the change of behavior and attitude based on the structures that you have developed in the school. As we say, the school is an open system, said by Gardner, 2016. So if it's an open system, you expect that you are receiving unique individuals to make a community. So frequently you need to ask yourself how students' experiences reflect or relate with what we do in school, what we do for and with the students. Park Palmer, in his book, Courage to Teach, says we need to appreciate the students, that we can embrace their individuality. Knowing that each student is an individual entity, then we accompany the student at his or her own pace. And that's the reflection of Holy Cross education in educating a student. No one should fall under the shadows of our education without being affected by the fire that we come with, the zeal to make God known, loved, and served, as our founder continues to invite us. Just look back. Ask yourself a number of charitable practices you have heard in your own school. How do they involve the least of the students? How do they help the least of the students to appreciate being present for the other? That's how we instill the attitude that our structures create to make a difference, preparing young ones for better times than ours, as our founder invites us each day as educators. Such an internal expression of service as Holy Cross also demonstrates that our students are not only enclosed in these 4 rooms, 4 walls, but they are able to engage in service learning outside because they begin serving others from here. We are interested in how we can transmit our Holy Cross education in where we are. Pedagogy. To understand the term or the concept pedagogy, we need to understand 2 areas. How we teach, which methods do you use? How do you present yourself as an educator? And how we learn. As educators in faith, it's not a one way of teaching students or the people that have been given to us, have been entrusted to us by parents. If you can't learn from the least, then you are not an educator. An educator is a core learner, is a core facilitator, is a core educator. That means being open to learning from the students enriches how you can accompany those students. How you teach matters a lot. Even when you are teaching a complex concept. I know that students fear mathematics and fear even sciences, but Uganda decided to make them compulsory. If they love you as a teacher, they will love your subject. If they love you as a teacher, they will ask you questions to understand what they have not understood. They will not be hiding under the chair. One of the writers talked about how you as a teacher, you can only use the methods if you have not arrived. And using a concept of a therapist. You can use a technique until you arrive as a therapist. That means reflective engagement of yourself with the work, and the person means that the methods only accompany you to do a good job because you have already done it. It's reflective of who you are. So look at the techniques. You can use so many techniques: demonstration, question and answer, group work. But if you are not present as an individual, you won't deliver. Depending on how you organize it and how you help those who are going to engage in it appreciate why they need it. So learning happens when teachers create a relationship with their students, and student to student and student to subject. Look back for you teachers at Holy Cross Lakeview, St. Joe, St. James, Alder Veldman, and other schools that we hold in our ministries. Which ways are you creating this interactive learning that will engage students in collaborative engagement that would help them to appreciate each other and appreciate the uniqueness they bring to the same subject? Deep learning happens when we co-create a learning community. That means your classroom is not the teacher here, the student the other side. How do you engage them to fit in your shoes even before they reach your own stage? That means you are lowering yourself. When we talk about the term, when we use the term compassion, what comes to mind? There are two important words that make the term compassion. Empathy, fitting in someone's shoes. If you remain in those shoes without walking and taking a step, you have not completed, you remain empathetic. If you add action, then you become compassionate because the empathy drives you to engage with that person. Even when you don't have what to give, you can say, sorry, that's part of making a step forward. How do you fit in students' shoes and help them to walk with us? To facilitate good learning, I need self-knowledge. Self-knowledge is as crucial to good teaching as knowing my students and my subject. How many times have you been engaged in personal reflection, reflexivity, introspection, and ask yourself, why am I here? We have one of our brothers, Brother Jim Nichols. He was here at Holy Cross Lakeview. He used to tell us in a formation, he said, don't ask why people leave the formation. Ask yourself, why do you stay? So don't ask yourself how many teachers have been dismissed or have gone. Ask yourself, why do you stay? Is it money? Or because you love the students, even when the money is not enough? How does the quality of my selfhood, that means you have understood your own self. How does the quality of my selfhood form or deform the way I relate with my students, my subject, my colleagues, my world of Holy Cross education? You cannot know how you impact the rest until you know who you are and how even you impact your own self. That's what we call, by Park Palmer, the inner-outer journey. Inner-outer journey. And that is a daily invitation for us as teachers. How can Holy Cross educational institutions sustain and deepen the selfhood from which good teaching comes? That means you are creating structures, intentional structures, that you're going to be reviewing. As the lawyer said, you need to review those contracts every year and remind yourself when are you going to renew or when it's going to expire. If you are teaching a topic and you have not prepared for the next topic, which is in Uganda, we call it incremental curriculum. Tomorrow's topic builds on today's topic. If you have not created that relationship, how will the new topic build on the raw topic? And that's why I said, you can only teach students if you know that you are going to build from their own experiences. If you don't know them, you have nowhere to construct your own house. The house is constructed if you know the foundation. We teach who we are. Just ask yourself, you have a degree, you have a diploma, you have a PhD. Does it matter? If they remove them, who are you? How do we engage each other? Nothing is meaningful until it is related to the hearer's own experience. That is Greenleaf, who is an expert of servant leadership. If what I say doesn't echo or even include the other one's experience, literally it remains on the surface. So we as educators, when we are engaging our own students, how do we help the students to listen, not hear, listen? When you hear it from here, goes out, nothing remains. If you listen, you meditate over it. If you listen to the student who has made a mistake, you will not wake up and get kiboko, Kens, I'm going to punish you, corporal punishment. Before you ask even the student, what did you do? Is what I'm doing equivalent to beating the student? Did you even listen? We say as educators that punishing a student without knowing why the student did what he or she did, you may be punishing a parent in the student. And that is even reflected by the theory of overlapping spheres of influence by Epstein. Because the student may be behaving the same way the parents are behaving, and without knowing how the parents are engaging their students, you are punishing a wrong guy. So that means if you engage the student, then you are able to engage the parents. If you engage the parents, then you have co-supporters in education than caning a student. Only instilling fear. Because if they have not understood what they have done, you're only instilling fear. And in Holy Cross, we are preparing students for better times than ours. Look at how those kids are so happy, smiling. Pulse check. Listen to the rhythm and the pulse of your heart. What does it communicate? Many times when you're going to engage a student, when we are being taught, trained to be teachers, they say, never punish a student when you are angry. The punishment is not equivalent. Hold your heart and ask yourself, how does the heart beat? How is it beating? If it's abnormal, don't take the step. Listen to yourself before you listen to the student. That's how we say, okay, can you go and come back later? You have cooled down, now you can think straight. Now you become a parent, you become a teacher, and you accompany the student. Pulse check. So a Holy Cross educator hears and listens more. You hear, but you listen. That means you take a step. Empathy without action, compassion is not complete. You hear, but as you listen what you heard, it helps you to deepen more and ask yourself questions. what next? That means your knowledge of training comes in. What next? That's why we have internet. You can do research. Do more. True listening builds strength in other people. Once you listen to what I say, you actually help me to see what I don't see. That's a uniqueness with Holy Cross education, because we attend to the whole person. We don't empower the mind or the brain at the expense of the heart, as instructed to us by our founder, Blessed Basil Morrow, and still reflected in Greenleaf's book, Servant Leadership. When faced with students or teachers' shortcomings, what does your heartbeat communicate? Fire, brimstone, we call it brainstorm, rage, or that parental love where you sit back and say, come we have a chat and have a cup of tea and talk about who you are. How do you use such opportunity to communicate and live up to Holy Cross educational values that Brother John Page presented? And you know, when we came here and gave a workshop, we left Holy Cross Christian Handbook for your use. Are you really listening to the one whom you want to communicate? I'll give you a living example. Message being delivered to you. Do you think you are listening to all the sentences? No. Because you're only looking for what can I push back into his or her mouth. You lose everything, the message, even the underlying message, the embedded message in that particular communication. Listening helps you to decipher. You delve deeper into the message given to you to understand which angle. And that's how we are trained to say, put it back to the person by paraphrasing. Did I hear you say this? You are not accusing, but you're understanding. So that means if you are raged by the shortcomings of this, first ask, did I hear this? Our dispositions are different at different times. You react based on your inner disposition as an educator. Remember a great line from St. Francis of Assisi. Lord, grant that I may not seek to be understood as to understand. Like Holy Cross, like Moreau, who invites us to educate mind, heart, and body. Park Palmer also helps us to know that as educators, intellect, emotion, and spirit depend on one another for holiness. You can't take one and leave the other. You have not taught a student. You need all of them. And I was so happy as I was reading the Courage to Teach handbook by Park Palmer, and as I was reflecting about Holy Cross education, that's exactly what he says. Is Greenleaf, is Park Palmer a brother to Moreau? No, they are not. But they are passionate educators. And Park Palmer used a Mobius strip to help us to see how do we encounter a reflexivity process within ourselves as educators. Mobius strip, Brother Jim Nichols knows how to create it as a mathematician, physically. So when you look at this Mobius strip, if you step on one edge and you move around, you'll be in and out without leaving that edge, which we call the inner-outer journey. And this was developed by two mathematicians, Listing and Mobius, in 1858. And I know Father Kajubi must be so happy just looking at that. So holiness is like the ever-merging surface of Mobius strip, endlessly co-creating us and the world we inhabit. So our invitation is now to relive our Holy Cross education in 21st century. In the Christian Handbook, Moreau indicated that as people, we are built so that we can resist a person who displays affection, that we cannot resist a person who displays affection for us. As I started, we teach who we are. You teach yourself before you teach a lesson. That means if the students like you, they will like even your tough, feared concept. And I know that when Father Kajubi is teaching mathematics or physics, electronics, electron and whatever, he knows they are far-fetched concepts. But he has to bring them down. So that means he has to use what the students know already for him to build on that. Without identifying with what they know, you are just writing on the water. So as Moreau called Christian pedagogy as an art, he emphasized that teachers teach only when they interact with young people. They only teach when they interact with them. Interaction is not giving handouts, but even to let them know what do those handouts mean. What's the essence of being here? What's the essence of being a Holy Cross student? Our founder invites teachers to gain interest, to know their students, and act with maturity, kindness, gentleness, and understanding who students are and their stage of maturity. This was talked about by John Page, our brother. He has rich experience in education. Using three lenses of Epstein, his theory is overlapping spheres of influence. Overlapping spheres of influence. The spheres are three: family, school, and community. As educators, we are not an island. As Holy Cross Lakeview, we are not an island. As Holy Cross School, we are not an island. We are influenced and being influenced by, we influence and being influenced by those we work with and live with and surround us. In the three spheres, in the three lenses that you talked about, is understand the separate responsibilities of you as a school and of the family. Where do you begin as a teacher to build on what the parents have done with the student they have given you? You're not beginning from, the philosophers call it tabula rasa, empty slate. It's not an empty sheet. You are beginning from something. So that means respect for the parents' work, even when you don't agree with what they have done, but at least they have done something that you are going to help change. That's why we have education. Education is the process of changing behavior and attitude in the students using our own structures that we have created as a system. Shared responsibilities. That's family and schools. What are those that we share that we can engage with parents? How can we help those parents to understand Holy Cross education so that they can bring it in what they do with us? Sequential responsibilities. Building on the other. Once we understand those areas, we are able to ask ourselves, which ways can we involve others in our education of Holy Cross in East Africa? Remember that each student is unique, is a unique entity that you're dealing with. And moreover, in those years, 1856, he was aware of this. It would be a serious mistake to open a school imagining that students will be alike in character and conduct. So, if you want to compare the student who has done wrong, what is the yardstick? What will be the yardstick of comparing with the other one? If you don't have the yardstick within the rubric that you have created within the school, then you are actually training this student to look like the other. In leadership, we say, you can emulate someone's leadership style, but you can't live it. That means you have built nothing for yourself. You borrow from each individual, reconstruct, and create a unique definition of your own leadership. That means you appreciate that you are standing on the giant, on the shoulders of the giants. They have given you a foundation, but who are you in this? Don't make a mistake that our students are like. In discipline, in academics. And John Page said that they created a program for hope to include those who are, quote unquote, performing poorly, who would not qualify for college. And they enriched the school's experience for their presence. That's Holy Cross. Father Tom Rooney is one of our Holy Cross priests. As he served at King's College, once he said, a true educator is one whose burning desire encompasses not only a passion for truth, but a passion to impact that truth to others, to spark excitement and passion in students. The burning desire, the zeal that our founder talks about. How do you bring the truth of Holy Cross education to the young ones? Many of us are Africans here. And you can remember in those days when we were young, every time we bring the cows at home for boys, when the girls and the moms are cooking, we all sit around the fire. And then we engage in the oral traditional education transmission. That's the time when they were already transmitting our cultural norms, values, and mores. So where is the fireplace at Holy Cross Lakeview in our Holy Cross schools? Using CSC schools as fireplaces for induction, student and teacher orientation time should serve to introduce them to Holy Cross values and culture. Make your schools fireplaces. where we shared and educated one another. Don't forget where we came from and how we can use that experience to enrich the today's education in Holy Cross. Father Moreau, for our founder, he looked at induction, meaning that new teachers working with more skilled teachers before leading a classroom on their own was ideal. That means, how do you induct your teachers into Holy Cross education for them to help as they grow, to help those who will be coming after them? We have teachers here who have served for many, many years, more than 5 years. If I ask you a question, Americans will say, I'll put you on the spot. If I ask you a question, to tell me at least 3 values of Holy Cross education, would you do it? 3. Let me say yes, you will do it, depending on how you have been trained. So if you are inducting another new teacher, and you don't know even the single value, how are you going to induct them in the culture of Holy Cross education? Moreau emphasized that all the teachers accompanying the younger teachers is the ideal because it's a continuation of a process. For new teachers, learning from the seasoned teachers has a profound influence on the way Holy Cross education is transmitted. Those are some of the ways of our pedagogical interaction in Holy Cross education. Communicating Holy Cross values. Create a Holy Cross education rubric for induction to Holy Cross culture. Do you have anything that can show that actually you intentionally engaged your structures to help others understand your culture? Not only focusing on what Ministry of Education and Sports gives us. Holding annual Holy Cross retreats for teachers, staff, and students. Intentionally, I said Holy Cross retreats. What will they include? It's up to you, because each school has a mission, a vision, and you can't relate yours with the other school. You can only benchmark to borrow a leaf to strengthen what you are doing. Create Holy Cross educational seminars for parents. Refer to Epstein's engagement of the 3 lenses, the overlapping spheres of influence. You can't leave the parents out. A Holy Cross education will be incomplete. Because once they live here, they are going to be engaged by their own parents. Sparking Holy Cross excitement in education, in educators and students. How do you link the classroom activities to the community transformation? I'm so happy that I keep on following on the LinkedIn how you post, how you engage with the world and at the national level. Now ask yourself, what have you done to the neighbors, or with the neighbors, or for the neighbors? How are they wanting to be part and relating with your school? Because they are responsible for security of your students. They are actually responsible as co-educators in our vineyard. How do we link our classroom activities to community transformation? Please make sure you let me know I don't go overboard. Holy Cross immersion trips. I learned this one from the US. Our brothers, thank God our Spirit General is here, is a Holy Cross brother, and is familiar with Holy Cross education as implemented in the US. I got a chance of visiting many of those schools and engaging with them in the convocation. Holy Cross immersion trips. How do we train these students to appreciate the challenges outside there, that they can bring it back to class and ask themselves, why am I taking what I'm taking? How will our students be unique or uniquely trained to make a change outside there if they don't know their surrounding? Immersion trips for Holy Cross are part of teaching them. Service learning, community service, helping students analyze social events to respond to human needs. Then they begin asking themselves, why am I studying biology? What we need to do. Today we have the CBC, competence based curriculum. And Mrs. Museveni, the wife of the president, who is the minister, once complained, why are you teaching new curriculum in the old way? So, why are we teaching the curriculum of Minister of Education in their own way rather than in a Holy Cross way without running away from the requirements of our students competing with other schools in the academics? Mentorship and coaching in Holy Cross culture and norms. If you don't know Holy Cross values, the one that and virtues that John Page has taken us through, how will you implement Holy Cross culture and norms? So it means we task the health teachers and the administrators to begin being the examples. Because when you come to the assembly in the morning, I know Holy Cross Lakeview had 3 assemblies. I don't know if they are still the same. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And you hold teachers' meetings. How we transmit, how we continue to educate. The method is every time you make a statement, drop in one value of Holy Cross related to what you are saying. The more you say it, the more it sticks in your mind. Do you know when the students get to learn how to pass the exam? Is when you tell them, the first day we meet, begin reading and read ahead of me. And then 2 weeks to exam, don't read. Let the mind rest. Every time you read, there is a small mark made on your brain. You read the same thing, that mark goes through the same mark that had already been made. By the time you read 3 or 4 times, you no longer need to read for the first time because you already know the concept. Because every time you read that concept, more ways come of asking about that particular concept. And even you understand more than the teacher. You begin becoming a teacher more than the teacher who is teaching it. Communicating Holy Cross educational culture. Ask yourself, if I visited your school right now as part of pedagogical methods of transmitting Holy Cross education, without asking even the gatekeeper, what will be the culture exposed by your compound? If I can, there is one school we went to, and the first placard that we found in the compound was, don't engage in sex. No, is that the education you are giving? Is that your mission and vision? What we call it talking compounds. Talking compounds is what the visitor will first read and say, oh, I think they stand by this. And then they are inquisitive to find out, what do you mean by this? Can I bring my student? Can I recommend another person? Talking hallways. If I'm moving from one class to another, for those who don't have hallways, the corridors, at least you have the walls. If I enter the class, what will I see that resembles the Holy Cross? Amen. And then when the student gets inquisitive, you begin explaining. That's a catchphrase. That's the method of transmitting who we are. Why do you put on cross and anchors? But you enter the class, nothing shows that you are Holy Cross. Okay, now this is for religious of Holy Cross. Because we can't give you our cross and anchors as other educators, but we want you to participate in those cross and anchors through what we do. But you can only do it if the one who is present at the CSC is actually helping you to see the way. Engaging PTA enough. I just suggested 5 to 10 minutes session on Holy Cross educational culture as they begin their own meeting. That's enough. Do it every time they meet. They will love it.
We have 8 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the reminder before I run over the cliff. Create parent grouping under CSC personalities. I know when I was teaching here between 2009 to 2011, I worked with Brother Nema and some of the students to begin Andre Vocational Club. I don't know if the name has changed. Now it's Brother Andre. Now we can even call Saint Brother Andre. How are our parents engaging with that club? Ask yourselves in your own schools. How are your parents engaging? Do they come and give talks? Do they come and listen to what students are learning from that club? Or is it just the club for the sake of it? How can we turn it around to be a pedagogical method of transmitting Holy Cross values? You can still create a club for parents. What we run away from is money, money, money. Engage them, you'll get money. Even the little they give, they'll give it happily because they want to identify. Education is a work of resurrection. How are our teachers equipped with Holy Cross education to ably orient new teachers in their work of resurrection, which we have already seen. So that can be a guiding question that you go with. As Moreau noted, that education is a balance between heart and mind, between faith and knowledge. I think if you recall, Park Palmer talked about it. The balance that you create, intellect, emotional, and the spiritual. As if these two guys are brothers. How is the school committed to educating a whole child? How is your Holy Cross educational curriculum targeting the ongoing formation of your teachers, students, and parents? How visible are the Holy Cross symbols, artwork, and practices of Holy Cross tradition in the school campus? We go back to the talking compound, we go back to talking walls. Without those, you have nowhere to begin from. Remember, what you see and hear and what you write will stick more than what you only hear. How is this pioneer Holy Cross Education Symposium prepared to follow up its impact on our respective schools? So, this is louder. My friend, where was it? It's like at the wedding of Cana. Why do you bring the best wine when others have already taken, I will blame him. I will blame him, not the other person. Okay. This one goes to the committee who really worked so hard to make this day the way it is. And as they evaluate themselves, what has this to do with us going forward? Because if we are talking about Holy Cross pedagogical methods, are they going to end here or in our notebooks? How are we going to follow up to reinforce what we've heard? Additional pedagogical techniques, as I complete, for disseminating Holy Cross education, we can look at student-led talks on Holy Cross personalities, such as our saints and the founder, which actually is a very good program at St. Edward's University. When they have a convocation and they get the students they have taught, they speak even better than us Holy Cross. Student residential life. How those who are staying in dormitories, how are you continuing to transmit Holy Cross way of living and training these kids beyond the classroom? Teach young people first and later teach the subject. Teach young people first and later teach the subject. This is our founder, Blessed Basil Moro. Starting a class or a group activity by invoking holy men and women of Holy Cross to intercede for us. Then the students will begin asking, who was she? Who was he? Or who is he and who is she for those who are living saints? I think I'm still within 8 minutes. Thank you. And question and answers, I think that's your job.
Thank you so much, Brother Tumine. Really, as we're looking at questions and answers, trust me, teaching is a calling. It's not all about the clergy, because we are also touching the hearts. So fellow educators, we have a lot to pass on to the young ones. One key element that we must not forget: we don't teach students, but we teach a student. Thank you so much once again, Brother Tumwine. At this very time, let's look at questions and answers. Only 2 questions, and this time gender balance. Let's hear from the ladies within. Oh my God. Silence means what?
Confusion?
Okay, since we don't have questions on board, allow me still request any lady around to give a vote of thanks to Brother Tumwine. Should I say all ladies stand up? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. On behalf of the ladies in the house and on my own behalf, I'd like to thank Brother Tumwine for the wonderful presentation. And we've learned a lot. Personally, I've learned the key one that we don't teach students, we teach a student. That one is stuck in my head. So we are going to use 3 factorial. We appreciate Brother Tumwine. 3 factorial, we clap thrice. We clap thrice, and then once. When we are clapping once, we head it towards him. We first warm our hands. Then we start. 1, 2, 3, we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think now we are heading to the next, and I request Father Prosper to give us the introduction. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Take this opportunity to introduce to you Brother John Frad, CSC, a religious brother of Holy Cross, born in New York, and he holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of Notre Dame. Also holds master's degree in chemistry. Then his ministry, he served as the vocation director in Uganda and has also worked as a candidate director. He has served in formation houses at Holy Cross Novitiate Saka, also at Makole Formation House in Nairobi, and while there he taught at Kwea, teaching chemistry. He also worked as head teacher of this school and currently is teaching at St. Mary's Minor Seminary in Fort Portal Diocese and also managing the Innovation Hub at St. Joseph Technical School of Uganda, Matters University. Brother, you are most welcome.
Brother John, you don't have volume? Brother John, can you hear me? Brother John? Brother John, can you hear? The Lord is good, and all the time. I've just talked to his brother John on the phone. He's asking for 5 minutes to change from the desktop to a laptop. So we ask for your patience. In 5 minutes, he will have shifted to a new gadget that he suspects that the desktop had a challenge with speaking the voice. So he has asked for 5 minutes. Thank you. Someone is suggesting that the previous speaker, meanwhile, can come back to the stage. Council Semwanga, that someone had a question for you. So as we wait for Brother John, then you can answer this question.
Actually, there was also a question I received during break. I can handle it. There's someone who asked a question during break regarding the two jurisdictions that we have institutions of learning run by government but founded by by the Catholic Church. And in most cases, we find conflict in terms of allegiance. There is a board, which is the government, but there is also a system that pays allegiance to the foundation body. The Education Act is very clear on the role of the foundation body. The Uganda Education Act. And I always advise that head teachers should have, even if it is a private school, you should have the Education Act. It clearly streamlines the relationship between the foundation body and government. We, at the moment, government wanted to completely take over even schools that are previously owned by religious institutions, where they had even requested that the land titles be registered in the names of government. That would mean a complete takeover. So what do we need? That if a school was established by a religious institution, the head teacher must always represent the foundation body. That is what Brother Patrick has been talking about, that you are in that school as a Holy Cross representative. That means central in that is the charism. That's why it is rare to see in Catholic Church-founded institutions that they appoint a head teacher who is not a Catholic. However, it is goodwill, but the provision is subject to abuse because they appoint in consultation with. If you remember the conflict between government and Kampala Archdiocese over the appointment of the head teacher of St. Mary's College, Chisubi, where the Archdiocese preferred another person, government also preferred another person. And in the background, probably the person government preferred was their close, he's a religious, was their close ally. We were not surprised that the president even talked about him when he was campaigning as a good man. So what we emphasize is the provisions of the Education Act vis-a-vis the roles of the Board of Governors. There was another question, because this one I received during break.
There's a letter written on the 30th of January 2026 by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, to all teachers, government-owned and government-aided, Request for information on land owned by schools and institutions. The Ministry of Education and Sports is in the process of compiling a comprehensive land register for all government-owned and government-aided secondary schools. This information will be incorporated into the General Asset Register for the Ministry of Education and Sports as required by the Accountant General's Office. The purpose of this letter, therefore, is to request you to submit the information as indicated in the following template, not later than 31st January 2026. Please attach a copy of the land title or titles where applicable. Thank you for your usual cooperation. What's the legal implications on this?
The legal implication is that government is moving towards what we call compulsory acquisition of land where the schools are located. Because we have, through the conference, we objected to the issue of having land titles registered in the names of government. But government can compulsorily, under the law, take over any property in public interest. So that is what they can abuse. They can say we are taking over the property in public interest. But the position of the Catholic Church in Uganda is that we are not giving away the land, and we are not registering the land in the names of government. But if government wants, let government withdraw its support from those government-aided institutions. Because do we have government support here? No, aren't we running Lakeview at a high-level standard compared to even institutions that are aided by government? So government will take that risk, but which is not now. So that letter is intended to help government get information regarding the properties where they are aiding schools that are owned by the church institutions. Has brother come?
We hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. All right. What else do I have to do? The video's on, the audio's on. Okay. The only other thing I need is some kind of document here somewhere. Because I had to move my document over, but it's not a big deal, I hope. Let's see. I can find this. I had to email myself. All right. Is it here? Here it is. Okay. So let's go over here. And I guess I'm supposed to share the screen or something. Where do I do that? Let's see, share. Okay. Here. So I'm screen sharing. Thank you. Okay. So I don't have slides. I won't even try to explain why I don't have slides and everything, but let me see if I can make this bigger. Let's see, how do I make it bigger? I guess I click here somewhere. And yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, as I said, I just feel kind of privileged. Maybe, although I have some kind of experience, I'm not really a professional educator, as everybody knows. Okay, so one of the things, when I received this topic here, of course, it reminds me that one of the important things in Ugandan education, at least in the pre-CBC days, was question interpretation. So I first had to ask myself, what does this mean? The role of Holy Cross education in the province of East Africa. I felt it would have been a bit simpler as the role of the province of East Africa in Holy Cross education, because then I could just say, well, we're supposed to provide it. Okay, so in any case, even though this may seem to be a bit too basic, I had to look up the definition of a role. And let's see, I don't know if I have written that down here, but anyway, the idea of a role is that, you know, there's some involvement of one thing in another, and somehow the one which has a role impacts. So in words, you know, I started from the simple question of, you know, what is the involvement of Holy Cross education in the province of East Africa? And of course, we can start from the fact that Constitution 12, I relied on a few different documents. One of them, is, of course, is our Constitution. Another document is actually from Holy Cross Institute. You know, I really have to give credit to the Holy Cross Institute because they've done so much, even though I think they only existed after I stopped being involved in our schools, but that's okay. So the Holy Cross Institute, actually, I went to their website and I had to enroll in a course about Holy Cross education. But in that course, they of course supply some material. So I actually use that material and may refer to it once or twice a year. And then, of course, there are a few other things which I also had reference to, which were very helpful. Okay, so I just started in a very simple way. What is the involvement of Holy Cross education? And started with our constitutions. As we know, the province of East Africa, I'm reading now from my wonderful document here. Province of East Africa, hereinafter referred to as the province, not even sure if I did refer to it, has a life that has many different aspects, namely mission, prayer, and brotherhood, as described in our Constitution. So each of these aspects, we can say, interacts with the Holy Cross education that the province carries out. So I started with mission, okay? And Constitution 12 reminds us that wherever, through its superiors, the congregation sends us, we go as educators in the faith. So we can just simply start by saying that education is an integral part of our mission. Then, I don't know if that's all I said, I guess, about mission, but underneath mission, though, in our formation programs, Holy Cross education definitely plays a role. I mean, in the sense that hopefully in educating our younger members, we, you know, still use those different, you know, different aspects of Holy Cross education. But this implies, I wrote that knowing this, in other words, that Holy Cross education is involved in our formation programs, implies that at every stage, whether it be vocation recruitment, pre-novitiate, novitiate, or post-novitiate formation, we shall be selecting and preparing men to be educators in the faith. This shall apply to all our men in formation and be one way in which Holy Cross education will be involved in the life and mission of the province. Of course, we start with the education of our candidates, and later their education is temporarily professed, knowing that those who come to us need to be those who are capable of carrying out the mission. We shall only accept those who are intellectually capable. In the current situation, I mean, maybe there are some ways that could be modified, but I'll leave it for now. In the current situation, we consider PCJ in Jinja as providing a kind of general education to our candidates. Although we might wish to more closely align the program of the PCJ with the 5 core principles of Holy Cross education, And I'll put a footnote down there referring again to that, the website of Holy Cross Institute. The education of the 5 principles, according to that website, are the education of the mind, formation of the heart, creating citizens of society and citizens of heaven, student-centered pedagogy, and being family. We'll say more about those also, and of course, much of this has been talked about by, Brother Page and Brother Tumwine. I don't think I can add much to what they said. Okay, let's see. Okay, so starting this paragraph over, in the current situation, we can consider PCJ as providing a kind of general education to our candidates. Although we might wish to more closely align the program of the PCJ with the 5 core principles of Holy Cross education, we need to compromise with the PCJ and its accrediting institutions. Another important way in which Holy Cross education will be involved in formation will be in the planning of the education of those who join us. Knowing the different educational institutions to which we are committed, as well as the various needs of other ministries, parish, Holy Cross Family Ministry, etc., we shall need to make decisions about the qualifications required and the education needed to acquire these qualifications, while discerning whether it is right to assign a particular young religious to pursue those qualifications. Okay, so in other words, that's part of our planning for Holy Cross education, is having people who are well qualified and also with the proper values. Okay, involvement, section 2.1.2, the involvement of Holy Cross education in the schools to which there is a province commitment. So in other words, I kind of, just am highlighting the fact that we're involved in different institutions, but only a few of them we can regard as province commitments. The province is involved in a number of schools. Some of them are parish schools, but there are schools such as Holy Cross Lakeview and St. Joseph Hill, which are province commitments and which have boards of directors chaired by and or appointed by the provincial. We expect these to exhibit Holy Cross education in its purest form, so to speak, and be in some sense exemplary. They will normally be led by members of the province. And so we have Father Prosper, and we also have Brother Joe Kaganda at Holy Cross Lakeview. Okay, so 2.1.3, the involvement of Holy Cross education in parish schools. Here, although my knowledge of our parish ministries may be limited, it is clear that in all of our parishes, schools are of great concern. The 2 province schools mentioned above, that is Holy Cross Lakeview and St. Joseph Hill, originated as parish schools and owe their existence to the parishes that founded them. That is, Bugembe Parish and Charasozi Parish. Although our pastors may have limited time and energy, we can safely say that they do whatever they can to work with their Christians and with the heads of their parish schools to provide a Holy Cross education to the students of those schools. Most of these students will be children of the parishioners. They will take the opportunities provided by parish council meetings, etc., to communicate. That is, the pastors can still have some input about what they expect in these parish schools, even though they're not province commitment. So I don't know if I'm being heard or not. Let's see. Audio. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so I don't know where I left off when the connection broke. It's just a network issue, but I think we're back. So I had already mentioned about involvement in Holy Cross education in parish schools and just hinted at the fact that although the parish schools, normally primary schools, but not always, we may not have full control as Holy Cross and so on, but we still have input and we can still influence the school, the teachers, and others responsible for those schools. And so moving on, I hope I haven't, left anything out essential, but moving on to this section about the involvement of Holy Cross education in other province ministries, I have just noted that once again, wherever we go as educators in the faith. Therefore, there needs to be a mentality or spirit of being an educator in the faith brought to whatever ministry we might exercise. Even though when we are assigned to a ministry that might involve quote unquote office work or paperwork or counseling or procurement or maintenance, we still educate others by the example of our obedience, fidelity, reliability, charity, etc. And so it is important to properly understand what it means to be an educator in the faith. Servant of God Columba was a cobbler, but he knew how to educate others in the faith by following the promptings of the Spirit and promoting devotion to the Sacred Heart. Likewise, Brother Andre, the doorkeeper, and his promotion of devotion to St. Joseph. Then we move on to involvement of Holy Cross education in the prayer life. Well, let's see, I'm trying to see how to adjust this, okay? Involvement of Holy Cross education in the prayer life of the province. On the one hand, Holy Cross education may not be obviously involved in our prayer life. However, those who work in the education ministry, especially but not only chaplains, will spend significant prayer time with and for students, teachers, and other members of the school community. In addition, we often carry the concerns of our education ministry to our community prayer. At times, there are significant events. One unique one was the recent ordinations done at Holy Cross Lakeview. We also have school feast days involving celebration of the Eucharist, such as the Solemnity of St. Joseph at St. Joseph Hill. Thus, Holy Cross education involves occasions of prayer that are significant to the province. All right, moving on to whatever's on this next page. Okay, therefore, Holy Cross education may bring province members together in prayer with our students, teachers, workers, and parents. Okay, then next, involvement of Holy Cross education in the community life or brotherhood of the province. Province schools are always accompanied by communities of those serving the school. Thus, Holy Cross education is a ministry that builds communities. In other words, leads to the establishment of communities. Our calling is to serve the Lord Jesus in mission, not as independent individuals, but as a brotherhood, which is, again, from our constitutions, although I think I omitted the reference. The fact that Holy Cross education requires members with diverse talents who will be called to assume diverse roles in the educational endeavor means that a community of members is best suited to carry out our education ministry. That is, there are many diverse roles to be fulfilled in a school or in any educational endeavor. And so it's best if we have a community with people with different talents. Although community life is not always smooth, if embraced generously, is the path to growth of the individual members and ideally a light to the students and others who are served by it. In other words, see how they love one another. That's the ideal. And then I just also note, I came across this in, I think this was, I checked the congregational website for different resources. I think there's a reference down at the bottom, but Brother Joel G. Alanza includes being community as one of the pillars of Holy Cross education. And this is a quotation from Brother Joel. Third, being community. Father Moreau reminds us, one member of this institution will do intellectual work and another manual labor. This one will teach, that one will administer. All the while, this activity of the individual will help the community, and the activity of the community will, in turn, help each individual. Circular Letter 65. Moreau was convinced that a genuine interdependence among faculty and staff would give the students an example of community that goes beyond the boundaries of natural family. He built the curriculum of the first school so it would be a social equalizer, providing every student, regardless of background or social status, with access to all aspects of school life, teaching them to share their gifts and talents in coordination with those of others. Such interdependence would have a transformative influence on society. So this I picked from a document called The Greatness of Your Mission, which again was on the document library of the congregational website. All right, number 3. I think I'm getting to the end because I don't really have all that much. What effect does Holy Cross education have on the province of East Africa? So I actually didn't finish that. Okay, now here, it'd be best if I knew how to form groups or something, but I think the rest of it, this is, I just put down, even these are my unedited notes for myself, really. But in asking myself, I forget exactly what the definition, I thought I included the definition of a role up at the beginning, but maybe I didn't. No, actually the first sentence gives the definition. A role can be defined as the degree to which somebody or something is involved in a situation or an activity and the effect that they have upon it. So like the first part, my plan was to talk about the involvement, just the involvement, and then leave the effect for a second part, which remains unfinished. But I think that we can always break into groups, and these were, in terms of the effect, I felt that these were my initial ideas, that definitely having our focus on Holy Cross education, and again, going back, I actually put this down towards the end. If we go back, to, I think they call it the Great Commission or something, when Jesus was about to leave, he really said, go and teach all nations. So even we have a mandate from our Savior regarding education. And so this mandate, which I think, is the foundation of what we do, provides different positive things, because it's somehow the effect of having this common vision, common apostolate, but I put it acts as a glue, it kind of brings us together and unites us. It gives us a vision. It gives us a means of evangelization. It energizes us. It's a source of vocations. It's a locus of visibility, in our schools and whatever we do. It's a service which we provide. It's a great challenge and a great motivator and a source of fruitfulness. So with apologies maybe for not being as complete as I should be, I will end here, but I'd be very happy to answer questions for sure if there are any. And I can always send these simple notes to Father Prosper and so on. So let me stop there. I guess I can stop the sharing and so on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother John Flood. At this particular moment, we are still looking at questions. Thank you.
Thank you, brother, for the presentation. The question will go to Brother Flood, and Brother Patrick. And when the theme is Holy Congregation of Holy Cross, Province of East Africa, Education Symposium. Not primary, not secondary, but education. In Uganda, skilling is a major government focus. And some people are looking at skilling as part of the new curriculum. Yet, there are those people in Uganda or East Africa who are not able to access the formal education, to be able to access or to acquire knowledge via the new curriculum by way of skilling. What is our strategy as the congregation of Holy Cross? How have you positioned ourselves to respond to the emerging needs in education as per the government strategy?
Brother John, you need to go first.
Oh, to answer that question?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I would only comment, that my experience, of course, at St. Joseph's Technical Institute, has been an opportunity for me to be more aware of those aspects of education. I'm not sure, again, I've been out of the regular secondary schools for 15 years now. I left Holy Cross Lakeview in 2010, okay? But thank God I'm able to be, it's one of the things which I really appreciate at the technical school is the emphasis on skilling, and especially, I know I'm going off topic, but this is kind of an advertisement anyway, but, one of the things which is so great about St. Joseph's Technical Institute is that they provide skilling even to people who have not finished primary school, who don't even know English. We have a group of 100 students funded by World Vision from, I think, a rural area, I think in Kamwenge side, but those people are learning skills which will be marketable. So now, that may be off topic, but the point is that skilling is very important. Skilling is by itself marketable, whereas maybe if you finish senior 6 in the old system, you may be nowhere, or you may even have a bachelor's degree in, I don't know what, in social work or in what, and have a hard time finding a job. We all know the challenges that are there. So answering the question of how we are positioning ourselves, I think it's really Father Prosper and Brother Joel Kaganda who can speak more directly to that. So I would, without any authority of my own, I would also invite them to chip in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. I will add on. Thank you, Council, for raising that question. Holy Cross would say we were even ahead of the government's decision of implementing the hands-on skills, empowerment. As you talked about the CBC hands-on, Father Prosper and I come from the same school where it is a vocational secondary school, St. Joseph's, Mbarara. But based on your question, we have a very powerful vocational school in Tanzania, Kitete, Audrey Veldman, and the principal is with us here, and is part of advertising ourselves, that if you have the children or the neighbors that want to be to be empowered through Holy Cross education, hands-on. That's the director that you need to deal with. Here, if you remember, this is a new campus, the old campus. We did not erase it. It has a community empowerment center that also doesn't look much of what are you coming with in terms of certificate or education. What can you do to engage yourself and engage your community by being a job creator rather than a job seeker? In terms of the schools themselves, for St. Joseph's and Holy Cross Lakeview, it's not a mixed, we are not having vocational secondary as a focus. But as a province, we are engaging exactly what the government is doing. So we're actually ahead of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question for Brother John Flood? Okay, thank you, sister.
No, it's not a question, but addition to the answer. We also have Holy Cross Vocational Training Institute in Gulu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Brother John Flood, I think there are no more questions for you. You're free to take a leave.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome. Yes. I have a question for all of us as educators here. And it is a simple one. Are you a proud Holy Cross educator? Are you a proud Holy Cross educator? Because from what has been shared right from morning, if really you are not a proud Holy Cross educator, there is no any way you can realize or match the standards of a Holy Cross educator that we desire. This question may not need an answer right now. Think about it. Discern and evaluate yourself. It is when you are a proud educator that you will embrace diversity that we are talking about. And it is until you embrace diversity that you will realize that I should teach a student, not students. With that mentioned, allow me to take this opportunity to appreciate all of you for the patience exhibited in this second session. And according to our next point on the agenda is to have lunch. But before we get into the prayer for our lunch, I would request at least to have 2 volunteers who can really enlighten us something important that they have learned from this so far education symposium. Only 2 volunteers. Are we adding value or we are wasting our time? But we don't want to go on spot in that way. Only 2 volunteers. There is one. Please, march in front a bit. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've learned a lot, but I'm going to share 1 or 2. Firstly, what Brother Tumwine talked about, it has really resonated with real classroom experiences, especially when he talked about relating what we teach to the learner's experience. This has really challenged me. And if I think about it, you realize there is simply no way you can come to class and teach without relating what we teach to what the learners know. And what the learners know may not be what they have learned from class, but their experiences right from home, where they see how they interact with each other. So this has been a really great lesson for us, that we're just wasting time if we come to class, teach without relating to their experiences. We're just talking to them, but we're not teaching. It's really been good. Thank you very much. I have a lot.
Thank you so much. Teaching and teaching beyond the classroom. Teaching does not only end when you end your lesson. Thank you. Any other volunteer? A lady. Thank you. There is some lady.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, I have also learned a lot, but majorly I will work on the values of a Holy Cross educator. That's what touched me most, because I have seen it is what makes us to be unique from any other educational institution. So members, please copy a leaf or get reminded that if you follow those 3 values of a Holy Cross educator, we can make it to the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Gladys. At this very moment, allow me give the mic to Father Prosper for something.
Thank you so much, our MC. I would want to request that we put our hands together for our facilitators from morning up to this time. Let us put our hands together. This symposium is happening in the year of mission in the congregation of Holy Cross. So there is a song that was composed, which is saying, "Let us be people of hope." I will try to play this song. It's on the YouTube of the congregation of Holy Cross. After here, you can search for this song.
Let us be people
Thank you so much. The next program is lunch. I've been asked to pray for our lunch. And I would want to thank all of you for keeping time. Our afternoon session begins at 2. Let us keep time. And our Mass today will be animated by all of us, but the leaders will be St. Brendan Primary School, Tanzania, Aude Velderman, and St. James Primary School, Nairobi. The rest of us, we shall join you, but you are the people animating our Mass today. And our Mass tomorrow will be animated by the primary schools we have in Uganda. Consider Holy Cross Primary Schools. Even we have those that have come from Charsozi. So our primary schools tomorrow, you will be the one animating Mass. The hymn books will be provided. So prepare accordingly. Father Hermes is heading this team of today. So let us pray for our meal. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Bless us, O Lord, and the gifts we are about to receive from your goodness through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Lunch is ready. We are getting back to. Let's be here by 2. Thank you so much.
omulungi yesu omulangira nababuuza nzalira omulungi abanga nzalira omulungi ani gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira mariya nkulamusa maama wazaala nnyo weebale kuzaala gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira nawe enneema ya katonda omuzadde omulungi gwe mpaana gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira yewakkiriza mukama kyagamba n'ozaala omusumba wangenze gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira emikono gyo mariya gyanjawulo boolera ffe tuba b'amaanyi gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira essaala ya mariya y'amaanyi nebansabira nange neefuna ebyange gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira wawulira eddoboozi lya mukama n'ovaamu ebinene munnange gwe mariya nzalira omulungi yesu yeera babuuza nzalira omulungi abanga nzalira omulungi ani ye maama nzalira omulungi yesu yeera babuuza nzalira kabiite abuuza nzalira omulungi ani ye mariya nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira kirenge kyo mariya munnange bwenekweka nenfuna enneema ye maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira essaalayo maama y'amaanyi onsabira nange nenfuna ebyange gwe mariya nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira nabawakkiriza mukama kyagamba n'ozaala katonda wangenze gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira nzadde omulungi gwenjagala omulungi esuuta gwe mariya nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira sibuko y'ebirungi eby'omwoyo kuluza y'ekitiriya gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira munaala gwa dawudi yaani oyo munaala gw'essanga ye mariya gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu yeera babuuza nzalira omulungi abanga nzalira omulungi ani gwe maama nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira maama wa yesu gwe ŋŋamba maama w'omunene bannange ye mariya nzalira omulungi yesu omulangira kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene ye kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba bw'owulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene oyo mariya yakkiriza mukama laba nno bw'azaala omwana n'andogola kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene maama n'obwetowaze nga kirabo kya mariya laba nno bwayimusibwa n'afuuka omunene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene emboozi n'omukama ebeera ya saala tunyigire saala abaana ba mariya kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene yerebi yagambye nti munkowoole mukama mukowoola kubuulira ebyama kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene agenda n'agamba munnange kakkana naye nno n'oyaka bw'otyo n'otomera kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba bw'owulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba bw'owulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene mariya yakkiriza mukama kyagambye bw'atyo n'azaala katonda waffe oyo kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye onoofuna ebinene kikulu okukkiriza mukama kyagamba wulira eddoboozi lye
maaso go ng'emitima gyaffe gituluma tegirumwa lwa kintu kirala kyonna negiruma olw'okubeerawoko twagala okutegeera mukama twagala okukumanya mukama twagala okubeera nga kumpi naawe mukama wange tuyaayana okubeera nga tusemberera amaaso go mukama wange tetwagala bugagga bwansi neddala naye twagala okutegeera katonda waffe tetuyaayanira mikono gyo bye gituwa tukunoonya emitima gyaffe gikwetaaga tukunoonya yesu tetunoonya bya bugagga bino tukunoonya emitima gyaffe gikwetaaga tukunoonya yesu kyetuvuze tujja osalidde amatendo oli w'amaanyi tewali akwenkana oli mukulu olw'ebyo by'okola halleluya osana kabaka nakwebazanga olw'abaami b'otuwadde nakwebazanga olw'abakyala b'otuwadde mukwano nakwebazanga olw'abaana b'otuwadde halleluya osana kwebazanga ayi mukama osanidde amatendo oli w'amaanyi tewali akwenkana oli mukulu olw'ebyo by'okola halleluya osana kabaka ayi mukama osanidde amatendo oli w'amaanyi tewali akwenkana oli mukulu olw'ebyo by'okola halleluya osana kabaka nakwebazanga olw'obugagga bw'otuwadde nakwebazanga olw'amafuta g'otuwadde taata nakwebazanga olw'omutindo gw'otutuusa
ogwanira ekitiibwa n'amaanyi twewaayo nga tukusinza nga tutenda erinnya lyo ogwanira ekitiibwa n'amaanyi twewaayo nga tukusinza nga tutenda erinnya lyo oli mukulu era n'ebyokola bikulu tewali yakwekana tewali yakwekana oli mukulu era n'ebyokola bikulu tewali yakwekana tewali yakwekana tewali yakwekana oli mukulu era n'ebyokola bikulu sebo tewali yakwekana tewali yakwekana tewali yakwekana oli mukulu era